talks, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning, everybody. Happy TGIF.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Teresa crawled herself out of bed to be here to start for us. Literally
Can you
on her
hear?
knees.
There we go. Now you can probably hear me. Could you not hear me for a minute?
No, we could hear you.
Oh, you could? Okay, my little circle thingy wasn't going like around my purple.
Oh, your face.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, am I not talking? Or was like, am I still sleeping?
This is all a dream.
This is all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine.
I knew that was
All right. I gotta make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. So you guys have fun. I'm gonna be listening in chat. Thank you, Sleuthie, for getting us started early so we could get back to the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her second trial. We are on day 13. We left off yesterday with I was gonna try to say his real name, but I'm not. I'll let it go. All right. I mean, I'm too tired. I can't do this. I'm gonna let you handle this because you're more awake than I am. It is Alan Jackson on cross with Yuri Buchanek. Bukaki. It's way easier.
I was gonna say.
It's just way easier. I'm just gonna go with it and doing it. So, all right, you guys have fun. I will be in chat.
Hurry back.
No, I'm gonna do my best.
Yeah, get some coffee and some Dr. Pepper and stuff.
Fuck yeah, I need to stock up for today.
All right. Let me see. I'm gonna pull this up and then I'm gonna grab my iPad. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Look at her face. Sorry.
You will never see Whoville Beverly as excited as this and happy.
Oh my god.
This is the one that she gives the jurors. The
Jury only.
Yeah.
Jury only Whoville.
Oh my god. I really thought she'd do something different with her hair this year.
It's so bad. It's like fake. I feel like she's like one of the judges that has like the the big white wig. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. The curly, like olden time.
Yeah, that's like her. This is hers. Like state of Massachusetts, we put on a very straight, blunt cut wig. And we just set it on top of her head.
Do you think she ever wears ponytails?
The way that you said it made me think she should have pigtails.
She still looks like a Who here.
That's why her and Brennan get along, because they're both from Whoville.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's like morphing into Brennan's mama.
Yeah, they definitely should be related.
They do still wear those wigs. Did you know that?
Who? I don't even know where it's. I'm too tired to even know what I'm even talking about at this point.
You're talking about the old judge wigs with the curls.
Yeah, where do they do that at?
They still wear them.
Who does? In Europe?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I'm sure they're new wigs. I'm sure they're not the old wigs, but they look the same.
Do you think they all get they get their own wig, or do they have to just like take whatever wig is in the courtroom?
Do you retire with your wig?
Like, can you be buried with your own wig?
I wonder. I would not want to come in every day and grab a different person's wig.
Yeah, they would definitely smell awful.
Community wigs. Communal wig. It's like when you send your kid to school and they're like, make sure on the inside of the tag you write their name on it so that they know what jacket is theirs.
Yes.
Maybe they do that with the wigs.
They have their name on it.
Yeah, on the inside.
But then like somebody's like, shit, I can't find my wig, so I'm just gonna use so-and-so's wig because they're not here today, and they'll never know.
Oh, gross. Teresa, go make your peanut butter sandwiches.
Ah, shit. Okay. Goodbye.
I do have to ask you.
Look
guys
how happy.
questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or no affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or no affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said your worship. Thank you.
Don't you dare do a sidebar.
Hennigan, please, and Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Okay.
Oh my God, Jackson is so ready that they don't need a sidebar. He wore black today for his funeral.
Thanks. Morning, Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing
You want to get mad?
one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Of course.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
You're already annoying first thing in the morning.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Sir, you can, actually, let me give you the front page of that as well, just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report.
Look at Bev.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Oh my God.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning.
What a huge non-answer answer. Where'd you find these? I found them in the vicinity of the other things we found. In the vicinity of where somebody told me John was.
Of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so.
Did you at least draw a sketch?
By my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working.
In other words, you have no earthly idea where all the pieces were found.
On an assumption, at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item in your view, an SUV with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make
Corroborate? They corroborate them?
assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying.
Isn't this the same guy that refused to say yesterday that Proctor was the lead investigator? Wouldn't say nothing else besides case agent, but he's not trying to argue about semantics.
So words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third
I knew
language
that was
for me.
coming.
So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to...
I knew that was coming. I said that yesterday. So why are you here, sir? Why are you investigating people? Why are you writing reports? What? Exactly, T. He came to America when he was 9.
define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago. We're working off of a theory quote unquote. You said it, not me.
You use the
You want
word.
to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right.
So he wants to fight today, I think.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, and on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I can't.
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that.
Morning, Kim. Love
Pull
you.
that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those two
Morning, Molly.
strings
Love
cross.
you.
That's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained,
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You were in the
you just
military.
demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property?
What
at
lips
Fairview
Are you wiping, sir?
20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's
location.
what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, this.
We do have pictures of the shoe where it was found in snow. And we do have pictures of the hat where it was supposedly found in the snow.
Same general vicinity, the initial items were recovered.
Well, yes, I do think they showed them in court yesterday. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I know we have them. I'm pretty sure they showed them yesterday.
From. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach on?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Sean?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just
Okay, I'm here to tell you that that is Proctor's handwriting.
just been marked as evidence.
Yes, sir.
And can we?
Oh, so this must be the one last year where he showed it to him and he was like, oh, that's not my handwriting. I didn't do that. And he said, whose is it? And he said, Michael Proctor. So now we're going to say, now I hope we're getting into that Michael Proctor forged his name here.
Make that a little larger so it's more legible.
Oh, it's legible enough to me.
Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the
Do you need a dictionary?
date. Moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Ferry Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
He left me.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I know. Michael Proctor.
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
Bitch,
You
I
don't
do.
recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
I mean, I
Are
do.
you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's them?
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this
Including
is
these.
part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the
Like, he should have his testimony from last year where he literally looks at the handwriting and says it looks like Michael Proctor's.
possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them.
You?
Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person.
Yeah, there's only 4.
There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Kakowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger.
Mhm.
Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure.
over the years.
Sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature?
Some evidence bags, some notes.
I can't even believe this. Well, Angela, it kind of is to us, but at the same time, they don't want to admit that Proctor was forging people's names, trying to keep his name off the stuff that might be suspicious, and putting someone else's name on it
Look at that
instead.
document and tell me if you recognize it.
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
Exactly, Joanna.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals
Now you know his handwriting?
interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So
you provided a document to me, so
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor.
Mhm.
No, I labeled that
well, I got it from you.
Proctor. You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab?
I'm not a handwriting comparison expert, is what's coming up next. Angela.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If
Do you
these,
see a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff?
Sure.
Please.
Why doesn't he just show him his testimony from last year where he literally said that that is Proctor's handwriting? Why are we doing this? He'll be here all day. Literally, DB.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business,
You have no chin to
is it
scratch.
normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the
He needs a dictionary for contemporaneous.
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions, you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, except
So
the
it's-
person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So
You remember
hearsay information is being
a
passed.
whole ass conversation you had with somebody, but you don't remember whose face you were looking at when you had it? Come on.
On someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand. Let's use that word. Secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope. Correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed that along to them.
It went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't dead. Let's leave the police for that.
I simply cannot believe that we're having this argument when quite literally yesterday he pulled a shoe out of a bag the bag was not labeled properly. Is it so outrageous to think that they're fucking up when they're labeling stuff?
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location,
What individual?
the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you
Lacey, he didn't bag this evidence. Michael Proctor bagged the evidence and wrote Buchanan's name on the bag.
can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Nobody said that.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir,
What
I'm
were
not
you doing with it for a
claiming
month?
Anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is too much. So if this taillight wasn't turned over till 3:14, that's the same day that the clothes finally made it into evidence also. So for a month, for whatever reason, Proctor kept a hold of the clothes collected from the hospital and a bunch of pieces of taillight.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
Beverly, shut the fuck up. Is she for real?
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry.
Fuck Mr. Brennan too. Can we move on from this? Absolutely not.
You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
Looks like he's showing Bev. I'm gonna have to make some pretzel bites.
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
314?
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022.
Figured.
Correct?
Objection.
Why?
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
Easy
All right, I'll
question.
take a look.
Okay, hurry up and take a fucking look. Literally, you only have to go to the very first entry. So no evidence whatsoever was brought to the lab until 314. That's a little different than just the taillight pieces and the clothes. Why was he holding on to evidence? Are we really taking all this time?
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In
What-
particular, to answer your question,
Yeah, what
completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's office.
Whose
Okay.
possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's office.
Your possession.
An office can't possess something. Did you have it?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right.
For a month?
After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to
Someone.
someone whom we don't know.
Yeah.
Correct? as we sit here?
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to,
That's
but
not
it
funny.
was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Shut up, Hank.
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Do they really not think that this is important for him
I'm sorry,
to
I'm
answer?
sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan,
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
You're gross.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
You don't believe the documents either.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that. and Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
Was it Michael fucking Proctor?
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was
Warmer
storming.
and
There was
rain,
a
it would have helped
low
get the snow
pressure
down.
cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
Well, he's dead, so we can't ask him.
When you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
So why did it still take another 14 days?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Just gonna read the whole thing. What was that? Why it looked like an ottoman? Oh, it's a picture of the bag. I am gonna make pretzel bites. I could make a whole pie waiting for him to review stuff.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some.
just tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have those marks and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number?
The
Item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total.
I didn't hear him say that ATS, but I believe it. And Ed's really smart. So this guy's not so smart.
6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this according to the ruler. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part. That thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay.
Are you for real?
That's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may
An optical illusion by the people who work at the lab taking the pictures with the ruler. Are you for real?
be more than that
Jackass.
from top to bottom, 6 to 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
I mean, that is a huge piece.
You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
Of course it was.
Yes, we can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If
Did
could
you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself
Brennan?
with
I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
that. I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it? Do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
Mhm. On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground. Yes.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday. Yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh,
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach your honor?
Yes.
I guess we're going to pretend they weren't flirty texts. Kim, it's probably because they're not in evidence, like their facts not in evidence, and he didn't get them. So I wonder if they would need to have Higgins come in to bring them in order to. This is a long one. In order to like authenticate them, since Higgins is the only one that pulled them from his phone.
Is when they're on the stand. So I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buchanan to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and.
Okay. And I need copies as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Okay, so I guess we're letting him go read all the text messages. Oh shit. We're going to be real live time in no time. Oh my gosh. I'm going to need to talk more.
Appreciate the long break. We did it.
So it's back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Is it 114?
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
Of course.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see it now?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
Do we think it's going to be more or less uncomfortable than when we listen to Higgins read them?
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
He looks like he definitely doesn't want to do this,
The EE, right?
but neither do we.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
Where's the counsel?
Oh, only the Commonwealth can waste our fucking time, huh? Oh, we're live. We are live, friends. Once I eat my food, I'll go back on camera. A lot of people right there that I do not, right? Like, who is this? At first, I thought it was Ronnie the juror, but it's definitely not. And I don't know who she is. I've seen her. We know Paul. Jackie. That's Carl's wife. There's Aaron. I don't know who that is. And this is the guy in the friggin' documentaries that's like, me and John were really great friends. It was like 2 weeks before Higgins and Karen kissed. Oh, really? There are no mean texts between John and Higgins. Well, okay. No, the answer is basically no. But if you remember, let me pull up my timeline. If you remember when they were going through Whiffin's timeline, the night that John died, at 12:20, Higgins who was out at the bar with them before and then who went back to 34 Fairview, texted John, "You come in here?" and a bunch of question marks. And John did read that at 12:25. So of all the exhibits I have, I don't think I have like a printout of Higgins's texts. I have Karen and John's. Let me see. I don't really want to give away anything if he's going to then sit here and read all of the text messages. It was super uncomfortable listening to Higgins read it. They were basically flirting. The night, so like 2 weeks, I want to say, before, or maybe even a week before John died, Higgins was over John's house for like a football game. And when he left, they kissed. And in one of the text messages between Karen and Higgins, she makes a comment about John seeing them on the camera because he has cameras all over. And she played it off like it was like she was just joking with him. She might have been. We don't know. And basically, when Higgins saw them at the bar that night, John and Karen, that was like after Karen had ghosted him like the week before. So he hadn't talked to Karen at all until Karen and John walked into the bar. And while they were at the bar, Higgins texted Karen, well, and she didn't answer him. Read more. Why won't you let me click read more? Okay. Oh, should I go look at her texts? Let's see what they're saying about the jurors. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, everybody.
Are you back?
I'm back. Yeah.
Lovely.
Rock and roll, baby. You get me till 1:40.
Okay. 1:40 your time?
Yep. So 4:40 your time.
Okay. I'm going to pull up Sue O'Connell's thing to see what she's saying about the jurors.
Okay. So did you tell him about who Higgins is and what Higgins has done? And like why Higgins is important to this?
Well, no, because like I don't know where we're going, but I mean, just we can give it away. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't want to take away from people being surprised like we were. But
building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up.
Well, that was very rude.
That was very rude. Interrupting
There
our
shouldn't be
sidebar
ads
like
on these news stations and whatever. They should not have ads during these live streams. So no, I touched on it generally. They asked about a kiss because that's what he asked about, but you can tell them in detail. I'm going to look and see what Sue is saying about the jurors.
Give a mini explainer. Okay. So Higgins is the ATF agent who has the office out of Canton PD. One of his besties was Berkowitz, who was the chief of police at Canton PD. He's passed away now. We've talked about him from the piece, we were finding the piece on the side of the road during the rainstorm. So Higgins was invited over to John's house I think it was to watch a football game, but he ended up playing video games with the nephew and broke the nephew's controller. because he was so drunk and out of control. And then him and Karen shared a kiss, and Karen says to him in the text messages something along the lines of like, I know where all the cameras are, so like he's not going to see us on camera or whatever. And we're both the we're both adults, single adults with no kids, something along those lines. And because John has the 2 kids. So Higgins is also friends with Brian Albert and was out with Brian Albert that day because they had gone to a funeral for another fellow cop. Ironically, they don't go to John O'Keefe's actual funeral, but that's neither here nor there. And so they were already out drinking at a third bar that you haven't heard anything about. And they meet up with Brian Albert's wife and her family, which ends up being at the Waterfall. And so when Karen and John get to the Waterfall, Karen has now ghosted Brian from all these quote unquote flirty text messages, which are not flirty. It's very, very, very bad flirting. Very bad. Very, very bad. And so Karen's not talking to Higgins. And so Higgins texts her like, well, like with a question mark, like, aren't you going to like pay attention to me? Or like, what's going on? You'll see Higgins in the bar videos, but then so like after all of this transpires, Higgins is the big deal for me because he's the one who has this Jeep with the plow on the front of it that supposedly comes back to the Alberts and plows the driveway. But remember, at 12:30 at night, 12:30 at night, there's hardly any snow on the ground, or 12:15 is when they essentially get there, and so he's plowing the driveway. And then he supposedly parks in front of the mailbox, but half the people there don't see his Jeep in front of the mailbox and the other half do. So that's the big weird question. And it has a plow in front of it. And he leaves there, he says, at about 1:00 and goes to Canton PD. He's drunk off his ass. Mind you, he's been drinking for at least 6-7 hours at this point. And he does not drink beer. He only drinks hard alcohol, according to him. And so he drives his Jeep over to Canton PD because he needs to move a car. Mind you, he was already at Canton PD earlier in the evening after the funeral, and he doesn't bother to do any of it then. So he goes back at 1:30 in the morning. He's going to Canton PD and is seen at Canton PD by Sergeant Good. He then drives. He has 2 different places that he lives. So he drives home, and he is the OG butt dial, where he calls Brian Albert, and Brian Albert answers the phone, but doesn't actually talk. And then Brian Albert butt dials Brian Higgins back. They have a butt dial exchange. And Brian Albert testified in the first trial, stating that he was having sex with his wife at the time. And that's how the butt dialing is happening. So apparently while having sex with his wife, he has his phone next to him in some capacity. And he's answering and exchanging butt dials with Brian Higgins in the middle of the night.
Incoming and outgoing. While he's having sex. I mean, somebody needs to focus, but just saying. So then when all of this starts to come to fruition, that everybody's going to trial and the defense is really looking at this third-party culprit and that John probably went in the house, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are told by their witness advocate that there's a preservation order. It's the same witness advocate who is the advocate for Carrie, who's the advocate for Jen, who's the advocate, like the same one. Steve Nelson is all these people's advocate. How do you advocate for all these people?
Because they're all the same witness, because they're all fucking under the same umbrella of bullshit.
Right. Rather than, because at some point you would think that someone's interests would be different. And what do you do as an advocate? But anyway, go on, and then I'll read Sue's thing.
Okay, so where was I? Okay, so the witness advocate contacts them and lets them know that there's a preservation order requested by the defense team on all of their devices.
Mm-hmm.
So Brian Albert just gets a new phone. And so he has to factory reset his old phone and do all the things, right? Like he sends it back or whatever. Brian Higgins, on the other hand, takes his phone, removes the SIM card, and puts the SIM card and the phone in trash cans.
2 separate trash bags.
Yeah, at a military base that he just drives through whenever he wants to because it's a shortcut to get to the other side.
Yep.
Breaks all of his shit and throws it away like the day before the preservation order is about to hit. And he says he does this because he had a suspect that knew who he was and knew his phone number. But he doesn't change his phone number. He smashes his devices and puts them in different trash cans on a military base.
And also
before
that
the
happened
preservation order comes down.
And that happened like months prior, like June, and he didn't do anything about it until November, I think. Like, it's not like he got scared because this person texted him and he was like, oh shit, I gotta get rid of this.
Right.
And he didn't change his number, like you just said.
So does it change that this guy could actually contact him whenever the fuck he wants?
No.
So I'm curious on the defense here is going to have a lot of leeway to get all of this information in through Bukkake, because it's, if you didn't believe what was out yesterday about the fact that the Commonwealth is not calling Proctor, they're not calling the Bryans, they're not calling any of those people. This is proof that they're not, because they're trying to get everything in through Bukkake.
So this is what Sue O'Connell is inside the courtroom today. She writes stuff about the jurors. And she said, so I'm just going to go back. This is 2 hours ago. She says, Jackson asking about the items and evidence he recovered. Jackson is going to press Buchanan on the lack of documentation of where the items were located. Jurors are paying attention and most are taking notes as Jackson uses the courtroom to show the size of the area Buchanan says the evidence was found. Buchanan is carefully explaining the process. Okay, Sue. Our first battle over words. Theory, assumption. Buchanan says he doesn't want to argue semantics. Jackson says words matter and testimony is about words. This doesn't matter. She says, I joked yesterday about Buchanan saying English isn't my first language. I said that too, Sue. You're not anybody special. So as Buchanan mentions documentation on an evidence bag, Attorney Little holds up a document and Jackson takes it. Buchanan confirms it is a picture of the Fairview evidence bag. Jackson puts the photo on the screen. The location section only lists the address. Buchanan says he didn't fill out the bag. Jackson asks who. Buchanan says he doesn't know. He doesn't recognize Michael Proctor's handwriting. Some jurors laughed as Buchanan kept saying he filled the bag and turned it over to, quote, them. He doesn't know who, quote, them is. A few jurors have a look on their face as Jackson leads Buchanan into a corner that they see what Jackson is doing. As Buchanan struggles through the pages of a document that had Michael Proctor's handwriting, the judge calls a sidebar. These jurors are more stoic than the last trials, and many are dedicated note takers who often have their heads down, but they are having a reaction to Buchanan's testimony on cross. Like, telling us they have a reaction or a look is not very helpful, Sue.
Grace May said go to Jess Machado's live tweeting. It's better.
I'm sure. Jess.
Sleuthie is totally worth the price of admission. I agree. I listening when I was driving, I was like, oh my gosh, I wish I was on StreamYard. I had so many things I wanted to say.
I was trying to be so good, and then I got fucked for it because then we caught up real fast.
Yeah, you did. That's because they have to be able to get, the defense has to be able to get all this in if they're not going to call, if the Commonwealth isn't going to call Higgins. So they're trying to get all this in, and because the reason that what's his name, Brennan, is using is the fact that Bukkake was the supervisor. He has the ability to answer all of these things. Then Jackson's going to use that against him and say, well, then he should be able to answer all of these things. If that's what we're doing and we're going to have these other missing witnesses, then I should be able to ask him all of these things because he knows all of the things because he was the one in charge, right? So she's going to have to let him do it. It's now just going to take forever because the Commonwealth refuses to put the witnesses on the stand.
Dude, why can't I find Jess's thing?
Machado?
Yeah.
I don't know. Did she block you?
I would be shocked, but it wouldn't be the first time I've gone to look at somebody's stuff and they have me blocked.
So people are asking like about if they're not going to call these witnesses, can the defense call them? Well, the defense can call anybody that they want to call that's on their witness.
Got it.
So the issue becomes what happens on a direct examination versus a cross-examination. The questions they can ask and the way they can ask questions is not the same. So if the Commonwealth puts a proctor on, then the defense has a ton of area where they can ask all kinds of leading questions. They can ask, I mean, they can dive really deep. On direct.
Well,
you can't do that.
That's what I've always thought, but I've had some discussions with lawyers, and of course, nothing's ever black and white. One of them will tell you one answer, 5 of them will tell you a different one. And so then you're like, well, I still don't really know. But from what I understand, because he's a cop, he's automatically considered what's an adverse witness, adverse to the defense. So if they call him,
yeah.
But then one of the lawyers was saying something about having to ask him.
They'd have to get him deemed a hostile witness.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, some attorneys have told me that he's basically automatically considered hostile because he's an adverse witness to the defense. But I have Jess's things, and she says,
I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I guess I can't answer that. But my opinion would be that it would be that they would have to ask him enough stuff to get him deemed a hostile witness, or that Judge Bev would have to agree to that so they could treat him as such, or like woman says, treat him like the bitch he is.
Okay. There's a sneezing epidemic going on in there.
In the courtroom?
Yeah.
Well, it's because that motherfucker came in there with stupid cough and wouldn't stop coughing on everybody.
So from what I've gathered, that was a juror. Like, people, apparently some, but particularly one, is having issues with allergies.
I heard that.
And I get the same way. And so there's really nothing they can do.
Like that? Why would the allergies be acting up?
First of all, we don't know how dusty that courtroom might be. It could be those Walmart curtains that they took out of the package and did not wash, or
there they are. I'm like, where are the curtains? Oh, we're up high.
You can still see the folds. So, but she says a member of the press is sneezing, a court officer sneezing, a juror sneezing.
Great.
Jackson. It says, Jackson, do you want me to pull out a dictionary to get the definition of what the word theory means? Juror in the very first seat closest to the witness is laughing. This is the first time I've seen any reaction from this juror. Smirky juror was shaking his head in disbelief. Sun's out, guns out juror was openly smiling during this exchange. I am a little shocked at how many jurors are openly reacting to testimony. It took a much longer time during the last trial to see them get comfortable enough to react. Then she said, it is tense in here. Then she said, uninterested juror smirked when Jackson asked if Buchanan, after testifying that he could not remember turning the evidence bag over to the 4 troopers that we said out loud, could have handed it off to a stranger. Buchanan said it was a ridiculous question, and the juror smirked. 4 jurors just laughed when Jackson said, you didn't see me write that note. Buchanan is looking at the docs he was given. Most jurors are watching him do it. Even note taker took pause to look down at the witness. There was only one reaction from the jury when Buchanan admitted that he did not find the 6-inch tail light and that it was found the next day by Proctor. Smirky smirked. Everyone else wrote something down. We're starting to talk about the texts of Brian Higgins. I just realized that one One of the jurors is wearing the same shirt they were wearing on the day they were selected for this case. Like, what?
Why does she remember that? Let me just talk about this in chat real quick. So somebody's talking about, would Proctor be able to plead the fifth? So this is another thing that would be interesting to actually see come to fruition, because according, like the Sleuthie was saying, like attorneys have different opinions on this. Some attorneys have said that he will not be able to plead the fifth because he's already testified in the first trial.
Right.
And so his testimony is already of record. So he can't plead the fifth. Now, if he's asked questions that he wasn't asked in the first trial, could he plead the fifth then?
This is how different all these people are. Sue O'Connell said that the stack of the texts that Jackson gave to Buchanan was a 1/2 inch thick. And Jessica says they're 1.5 inches thick.
Well, they don't, maybe one of them doesn't understand measurements.
Oh my God. Buchanan is now reading the text out loud. Let me give you a juror check in the next post. Juror check. Juror number 1, looking at witness. Number 2, writes notes. 3, staring across the room. 4, writing notes. 5, writing notes. 6, looking at witness. And then there's a pause and another sidebar. As Buchanan was reading the texts, Aaron O'Keefe was laughing. The text messages have now been added to the screen. Everyone seems relieved. This is not reporting, but my own personal opinion. It is creeping me out listening to Yuri Buchanan read these texts, especially with his own, I think she means tone and inflection in his voice.
Tone and tenor. Just ask Bob.
So this is about to be good. All I want, Teresa, and I don't think I'm asking for much, is for these people to just tell me the dates and the times of each text. That's literally all I want. It's right there. And I want the cameraman to show me them. You know? I mean, I don't ask for many things.
Like, just fucking tell me the damn time. Date and time. Date, time, and who it is. Date, time,
like,
who it is.
Yeah. Or put it up on the screen so that I can ignore you while you're talking and I can just look myself and see what it says. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. You want me to start?
If you want to.
Okay. Because we know there's going to be another sidebar, but.
Jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious.
This bitch does not need to give an explanation every single fucking time the defense needs her to do something. Like, it's always when the defense, like when there's some kind of holdup because she's got an issue with something the defense is doing. It's annoying. It makes it seem like the defense is wasting their time when really it's her.
Yeah, shut up, Bev.
Expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that.
What the fuck was that? She's like, I can't believe we're about to sit here and read all this.
Messages that are going to be.
Well, that's what they had Higgins on the stand for last time. So Higgins had to read it.
Oh well.
So you're gonna protect Higgins and Proctor, and I'm gonna fucking use Bukaki as much as I can.
Two instructions for you folks. First is,
I hope he gets so uncomfortable.
as I've told you before,
I mean, it's gotta
before
bother me.
you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication.
'Tis the court of criminality. Hear ye, hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye. Welcome to the court of
was in fact here.
That sounds like a song. What is that song? What is the song? It's Cult of. Hold on.
The defendant or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication.
I get it. You people are smarter than me and faster than me. I'm glad they knew.
Then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case.
Did you see her look at them like, please don't consider these at all?
She's like, please don't laugh when these are read out loud. Please don't laugh.
I'm so glad everybody gets to hear them. And I feel, so reading them from when Higgins was reading them, it was embarrassing. Like I was embarrassed. I had secondhand embarrassment. They were so awful, like awful
You
as
know
in like
damn well that Higgins has not gotten laid since before
Ye-
John O'Keefe died.
like ever.
Yeah,
It feels
once
like
these
almost
text
ever.
messages come out, people are like, "No fucking way."
But with him reading it, I can't even. I hope this is funny. I think it'll be less uncomfortable.
Is
Like
nobody gonna say like he's not gonna understand what these text messages mean because English is his third language?
I can't wait to hear how he reads certain things. So like when they say like you're hot, I wonder what he's gonna say. Like, you think I'm hot?
He's gonna have to like gum it. He's gonna be like, "Meh, hot, meh, meh, meh,
I
meh."
still haven't seen not a one tooth.
No, he doesn't fucking have any, dude.
Look at this mouth. That is the mouth of someone with no teeth.
That's what I
That's
do.
why his
Oh man, who took out their dentures? He's like, "Meh, meh, 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 meh."
that's why his chin has disappeared
Super like-
because there's no, so when you have no teeth, you like lose your chin muscles and your these and like all the muscles go away because you're not chewing food,
That's him. He doesn't have. He's like, "Gup, gup, 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 gup."
he can't even help it. He's got it like
I bet the other troopers really love him though.
ew, Teresa.
Now, if it gets past that and you do find that burden has been met,
But I don't want you to.
these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right. With that, Mr.
Whatever,
Jackson, go
Beth.
right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be.
He's like, I can't believe I got to sit here and read Brian Higgins' fucking text messages.
Of course.
I just have to say that everybody that understood what I said, you're just as bad as me. Because otherwise you would not know the meaning behind what I said. You'd be like, what does that even mean? Why is anybody laughing?
I have no
You're just
comment.
as bad.
Sergeant Buchanan,
Plead the
do
fifth.
you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver.
Okay, you're not giving us the times. He only gave us
Sleuthie's
one.
Sleuthie's going to get so mad right now.
Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker.
And
It's a weed
appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response.
Oh, come on, dude. Reach
And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday.
Who said yo?
Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, you're doing this very poorly, Yuri.
He's trying to.
Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, every time.
Yes, and
Yes, bitch. Every single time. See? Alan knows my love language.
He didn't get him to say the time, though.
I hope that comes.
go ahead and proceed.
Every time.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A
Oh, we're going to be here for years.
Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
Are you jelly?
Oh,
If
he's
you
like
could,
that
and
son
I
of a
hate
bitch
to
has
ask
fucking
this of you,
teeth.
but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed
Get better
to
at
Brian
this.
Higgins content.
You know how to
That
read
would
a
just be
fucking
little
text
easier, I
message.
think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Oh my God.
He's
Karen
doing
Reed
it
to
for
Brian
purpose.
Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them.
Oh my God.
I was the last person in Greece.
Okay, I'm going to need him to act all these out instead.
You want him to stand up in
Yes.
court?
I want him to act these out.
Ha, ha, ha.
Peter Canton,
Ha ha.
who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
She's like, "Oh."
She's like, I'm not doing this all fucking day, Jackson. Ain't gonna happen.
We'll
And
be here
Jackson's
for
gonna be
you.
like, then tell him to call Higgins. Get Higgins in
Sergeant,
here.
so we're easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have that this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan.
We're going to have Sergeant Buchanan shut the fuck up.
We're gonna have Sergeant.
Like, you
Buchanan
do not
stand
have-
up and do
Act this out like charades. Exactly.
so that you can get a visual.
Describe the
She's like, this is fucking ridiculous. What are we doing?
emojis. You
Yeah,
don't
she's
have to say
laughing.
it. You
Look at
do
her.
not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are. And you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
No.
We can do that.
No, because the record can't see the color.
Typically, the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray,
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, the text response.
okay.
It's agreed. All right.
All right.
But I want to see all the times, bitch.
I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen
plan
or
of
read
this.
what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No.
No?
Right.
Let's go. Let's just
Please,
start
God,
where,
no.
I'm sorry, start where you ended, if you could, please.
All
right, can we turn the lights down? Can you see it?
Nobody
Everybody-
wants to start at the
everybody-
beginning. No,
everybody was
please don't
thinking
have
the
him go back.
They were all thinking the same thing at that exact time. He said, you want me to start at the beginning? And everybody thought the same thing. She took everybody's words out of their mouths.
And the gray,
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, the text response.
okay.
It's agreed. All right.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No.
Right.
Let's just go.
Wait, was that Jackson that first said no? Everybody jumped like, please.
Everybody's like, no, no.
I'm surprised the whole courtroom at one time did not say no.
No, please don't. Please don't do that. I agree with Grace. Like, I've never related to Bev more than I do right now. Like, yes, we're all on the same page finally.
Listen, the whole courtroom left.
You have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or
No,
No.
Right.
let's just go. Let's just start where, I'm sorry, start where you ended, if you could, please. All right, could we turn the lights down? Can you
Talking,
see
we are all laughing.
Sergeant with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
You're terrible at reading out loud, sir, and we don't want to fucking hear you any more than we have to.
I just
Okay, here's the problem I have with the fact that they decided to go with letting Higgins provide his own screenshots. Why this is so fucked up.
Oh, fuck me. I forgot that in the whole little story. The story about Higgins.
Well, go ahead and say it so they know where these come from, because I don't think they did a great job.
So
explaining it.
Higgins takes before he destroys his cell phone, he takes his cell phone to the FBI and uses one of the FBI kiosks himself to extract his text messages. He says he does this to help with the investigation so that he can just give them these specific text messages. But ultimately, he doesn't want his phone extracted to get any info from it whatsoever. So he is only using it to just give up these text messages between him and Karen. Well, ultimately, this gets him in trouble because he's not allowed to just go to the FBI and use their kiosk. So he ends up on desk duty. I don't even know where he is to this day. I don't even know if he's still with the ATF.
No, I think he's like a volunteer firefighter now.
Is he?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, he got in trouble for doing an FBI kiosk on his own accord.
Well, he had his friend too. But my issue with this is that everybody that has an iPhone knows if you like slide your finger from this side to this side, it'll show you the times of all these. So for 99% of these, we have no fucking clue what the date and time is unless he captured it. You know what I mean? We don't know if they're in order. Like this could be from a different day. You know what I'm saying? Right. And you can delete like in between. Like this should have been a extraction, but it wasn't.
No.
But I'm going to take screenshots of these.
just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she
Remember, blue is Higgins, gray is Karen.
did. Sorry you felt neglected.
And he does
Haha.
write. He's not. These aren't like
So no
reactions.
dice on the Smirnoff?
They're not reactions to like messages. Like people, I think were when he started to read them would probably assume like you hit it, you hold it down and you react to it and it says like haha. No, he writes haha, 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 all the time.
Ha, ha, ha,
Ha
ha, space, ha.
ha ha. It's a slow laugh. Ha 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 ha.
We should just read these.
God, no, I gotta hear Bukaki do it because the gums with the no teeth makes it sound better.
I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you.
Oh God.
I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver,
We're back in 2002.
or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Yeah, sounds like a great time.
Judge
One of the guys
Jessica.
got shot in the head. We're gonna have a benefit for him. You guys should come.
Judge Jessica, at the last trial, the explanation that he gave, I think, if I'm remembering it correctly, was that he saw her. Maybe that's how he met her. Was when she was outside with the weed eater. What did she say? She said something to him about. He like yelled something out the window or something, and she said something about her husband. She was going to let her husband know or something.
Yeah, she didn't know who he was, so she was going to tell her husband or something.
Yeah. Okay, this feels a little strange. The benefit for someone getting shot in the head?
Yeah, did we miss something? Because he just says now, so you claim. Where's the... He said you guys should come.
That was to her saying she's the queen of vacations.
Oh, okay.
So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too.
Oh, God.
I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone.
This is so dumb.
I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most.
I just want to say, he says he doesn't ask questions, but he will proceed to ask the same questions over and over again. Do you like me? Do you like me? What are we? What is this? Where are we going with this?
Postmark Mama said that was his feeler. I bet Higgins is a huge Kid Rock fan now. I just picture him like sitting around listening to Kid Rock, dreaming about like what life could have been like
with
if
Karen Reed
had just been together. He's like, look, it's our song, like Kid Rock.
I'm not writing these down because I just simply don't care. So, do you want me to stay at normal? Well, yeah, because we're basically caught up. We'll stay at normal.
Yeah, we'll stay at normal. No, this is not a full-on affair. What happened was he came to the house. They got drunk. It wasn't even. I think it was just a peck. It wasn't even like a. I don't even think there was tongue involved in the kiss. It was like a old people kiss. Like that's like I'm telling you. And so he like was head over heels about the attention, and she was like, I was fucking drunk and mad at John and did something stupid to piss off John.
It was literally right after they came back from Aruba, which I think Brendan probably wouldn't introduce that stuff this trial because I think this takes away from the whole idea that like Karen thought John was the only one she could ever get. And so when that whole thing happened in Aruba, she was beside herself because he was going to leave her, because these texts go against what he's been trying to say, which is that like she could have happily moved on really quickly if that were the case.
Right.
So
she could have had Higgins in a heartbeat. Probably still can.
Probably still could.
Most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure.
Mins.
You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there.
Because.
What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor.
This doesn't even seem like the same conversation.
Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC.
I just want to say real quick, who said it? Oh, Joanna. She said, so if the defense is having Bukaki read Higgins's text, does that mean they don't intend to call him, assuming the Commonwealth won't call him? I don't know. I will have to ask one of my smarter friends that are lawyers. I almost wonder if this would be considered, like if the defense can't enter this in their case in chief because it's Karen's words here, rather than we're really looking at his conversations with Higgins because Buchanan received them. I don't really know.
Don't start it. I'm going to change your screen real quick because I want to show this picture.
Okay.
Just stay there though, so that I can put you right back up.
That's what I thought, DB. Oh yeah, that's Higgins.
This is Higgins.
And John.
And then this is John.
I want to say that was even kind of close in time, like a couple weeks before, because they were all at the hillside like a couple weeks before, remember?
Right.
Or maybe even the weekend before. Oh, it's a little chilly. I don't like it.
I'm going to see if I can find another one.
I'm about to have the thickest yard you ever saw. I put more grass seed down yesterday. I mean, I dumped about a whole bag.
You get it, girl. You get it. You get that thick lawn. Let them tell you can't have no thick lawn. Here's another one of fucking Higgins. This is a fucking doofus.
It's funny because in the first trial, he had his hair cut. Like he cut his hair how stupid Bukaki does. Like where they cut the like side part in it.
Oh yeah. Hold on, I have that. I have a picture of him
Can't
from
see it in this picture, but at the last trial, he had like the same haircut.
Yeah, hold on, I'll grab it.
ATS, I want to see if I can possibly get these. I don't know why I didn't get these with the other exhibits. Yeah, Higgins is divorced with no kids, for more background info, but you'll see that in the text because it's so weird because some of these conversations seem to be like, I don't know, like he's like they're having two different conversations. Oh God. Can you zoom in or no?
No, because it's on my Canva. So if I had it on my phone, I could just take a picture of it. But yeah, that's him from the first trial.
But that's
Higgins. His little part right here.
That was him in testimony last year. Yeah, there's no times. He didn't, he only took screenshots instead of actually extracting the two conversations he extracted two only, him and Karen and him and John. And I don't know that we saw John and his last time. And they're literally just screenshots.
Okay, so while I have the screen, I've got to show you guys this just for shits and giggles, because we're gonna go back to Bukaki on the stand. So this was for Sleuthie yesterday. Hold on. And then we'll go back to testimony.
Oh, is it the old man?
Yes.
Did you see the one that I sent that somebody put on Twitter that was like some kind of blob?
No, I don't. Did I save that one? Oh yes, I did. Hold on, I'll show that one too. Hold on.
I mean, come on.
That is perfect.
That's absolutely him.
Look, he's even got like the weird crooked ear thing going. It's like he was made off of Bukaki. It's perfect. It's like somebody want to know what he's gonna look like when he gets older. There it is.
He has no lips, but he keeps trying to he keeps trying to like lick or wipe his lips. Same with his chin. He has no chin, but
He probably just drools. He probably just
Love that too.
drools.
You're probably right.
Oh, you know what? I didn't save that one. I thought I did. I didn't save it.
Gray Space says it's called the blobfish. But this is the one this one tickles my fancy because it's immediately who I thought of.
Somebody posted this in one of the Facebook groups. Hold on.
I saw this.
Breaking news. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan delivers fatal blow to the Commonwealth's case. Quote, they lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories. End quote.
To be honest, I thought that was going to like pop up on a Howie Carr article.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't surprise me either. All right, you can go, we'll go back to you. We'll go back.
DB said he looks the same upside down.
He fucking does. That's awesome.
You guys are terrible.
Funny. A savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry.
So as a side note, it looks like we're getting into things. So you'll see a couple instances where Higgins gets so fucked up he doesn't know about conversations he's had or even things that he's done.
WeChat. That all you got WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with W non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha.
Oh, damn it. So now we're at January 14th at 10:49 in the morning.
I was just thinking about you. Haha.
Ew.
Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind?
Why you don't ask questions?
Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
The next...
starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within?
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him.
Oh,
His
Bob
breath smells like
Clinton is-
ass.
Poor Bob Clinton.
OMG, always.
Oh my God, how
His daughter and
embarrassing.
I have mutual
They are putting Bob Clinton on fucking blast.
friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly.
Wow.
16 years old.
Why detest?
about
Yeesh.
him.
Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit.
Oh my
Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59.
So like her fiance is a firefighter. Crazy. So that was the 14th. Now this is the 16th, 2 days later at 12:59 in the morning.
9 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure.
Karen was wearing her blueberry beer goggles.
When were you interested?
You almost need them.
I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now?
I'm dead.
Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No.
So uncomfortable.
Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now.
He's so drunk.
Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever.
I forgot
When works
about
for you?
this.
I asked you first.
I forgot about this.
I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out?
So when she walked him out is when they kissed What, she walked him out of John's house and they kissed. That's what they're talking about.
Yes. Are you deaf? Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this.
Higgins was basically ready to like marry her and move her in.
Yes.
I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why?
She just wanted the attention.
Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated.
Deteriorated.
Why? How so? What did
This is the man that says he doesn't ask questions.
Yeah.
Every message.
Goosie as fuck.
DB.
Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great.
Look at the blue to gray ratio.
What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever.
I just want to say, I know as far as we know, because of her testimony from last time, that she testified that they didn't hook up or they weren't all over each other really, but I personally don't fucking believe her.
I don't believe her either. And then, well, the other problem here is that Karen didn't know her. So she wasn't one of our friends because Karen didn't know this person whatsoever. And I do think that John was fucking wasted. Yeah. And he is obviously a flirt. I mean, I don't think that's a question based on everybody who's testified that knew him.
Right.
It would not surprise me that there was definitely some overt flirtation going on that she picked up.
The her is one of the Sullivan sisters.
Yeah, Marietta.
Yeah, that was from last year. She testified. And that was what they were saying was Karen's motive, I guess.
Hey, Polly. Polygraph.
It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
What's happening?
Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not.
This is so bizarre.
Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. Pfft. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy. Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26.
Oh, it's Bubby's birthday.
Nice. You're just a tad poke. Poll. Got ya. When is the next party? Poll. Oops. It's all relative. What poll and poke?
What the fuck is happening?
I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Ted poll. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids.
It's normal. It's not normal to have kids there.
Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the...
I think she thinks it's probably not appropriate to party with kids rather than people your age. I don't think she's saying kids as in like 10-year-olds. I think she's saying as like 21-year-olds.
Yeah.
Not hanging out with those kinds of kids.
Which is an interesting conversation leading up to what happens on the night of the 28th and the 29th. That the whole thing is to go party with a bunch of kids.
Exactly.
Might put the whole
Engaged.
pervert in more context.
Could be.
Did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids.
So what's really interesting is that she says that, but I think she was definitely frustrated. But if you ask anybody else, really the reason that John was mad with her on several occasions was because of her spoiling them.
Well, she also says in a prior text messages to Higgins about how close her and the niece are.
Right. So, but they try to make it seem like this means she didn't want any kids, so she like killed John, which doesn't make any sense.
No, she just didn't want kids.
Right. So
My
she's
sister
like,
didn't want kids, and she has 2 of them. That doesn't mean that she doesn't love her kids. You know what I mean?
yeah, and I think part of this, like, give attention to kids who aren't mine is like, so now I have these 2 kids, and she from what everybody says, she treated them well. But when you're not their parent, it could get hairy. Like I wouldn't get a boyfriend and let him just be whatever with my 7-year-old. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's tough because they're not his kids either.
Right.
So like there's like a weird dynamic happening. And then she also said that when his sister died is when their relationship fell apart the first time.
You're right.
So I don't know. I think they have a very weird dynamic with the kids, and the fact now knowing when Peggy testified, it was the first thing I questioned when she says that there was 4 guardians of the kids, this other couple and John and her. And it's like, okay, then why isn't if there's 4 guardians, why isn't anybody else helping? Why do we have to have Carrie and Jen? Why am I doing all of this stuff?
Right.
You know, like they're not your kids. They're not my kids. It's just a weird dynamic.
When they said that there was 4 guardians and there's still 4 guardians, I honestly thought that it seems like a lot of people would be trying to, they could do it better. And some of them would even actually have like legal opinions for stuff. So
why did she tell him that his sister died and that's when their relationship fell apart, Gray Space? Just bullshit? I mean, it's possible. I don't know when they dated, so I don't remember that. But that's what she said in the text messages.
Yeah.
She was just saying multiple, very, very possible.
A lot of this is that. Yeah, and that's not true. Like she is good with kids. And these kids, but I could see how it would be difficult with, you know, something as simple as she's taking them to Dunkin' Donuts and he's mad and annoyed at her because she's taking them to Dunkin' Donuts. But that was why I said, like, okay, so why is it okay for John Sr. to take them to Dunkin' Donuts, but Karen is not allowed, she's spoiling them if she takes them to Dunkin' Donuts?
I think he wanted her to be like the mom. And not the grandma and the aunt or the grandpa and you know what I mean? Not one of these other people. Because like one of the things he says to her is like, I'm always the bad guy and like nobody's on my side. Like everybody else is doing all these things. And so I end up being the bad guy. Like if you're with me, like you're helping me, like if we have a future together, you're helping raise them. Like you also have to be the bad guy.
Yeah, but then the other people that wanted to be that were also their guardians should be the bad person too.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, the thing is like my husband won't take my daughter to Starbucks. I take her to Starbucks whenever I want to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I was like,
that could be hard too, in terms of, I want you to be the mom. Well, I didn't really want kids, and you're kind of throwing them on me, and I'm not doing it right.
Right. According to you anyway, like I screw up.
Right. I am not their mom. I mean, oh wait, okay. Just let her move in if he didn't want her. Let me tell you,
Oh shit, sorry. I hit one and you hit one.
this getting attached to kids in a relationship. So like I got very, very attached to my stepdaughter when I met my ex-husband. And I came around when she was 1, and I quite literally raised her. And when we got a divorce, I lost her also. Like I see her now because I want her to see Bubby and stuff. But like every time I see her, I cry. I mean, I can hardly talk about her because of things that she heard and was told when we were in the middle of our divorce, which was not true. But she was impressionable or whatever and didn't know. And so I think that's what's happened to these kids to a degree. They felt one way about Karen, and then all this stuff happened, and they were separated from her and impressionable. And
well, these kids just lose everybody.
Yeah.
Like, so that's got to weigh heavy on the emotions of these kids. Like they lose everybody they ever care about.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think Peggy liked her.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I don't think Peggy liked her, and I think that that was a big issue, and I think that John and Peggy did not get along, and I don't think that John's dad and Peggy got along or get along now. I don't think they like each other.
Yeah. All right, maybe we're almost done. I can't remember how much more was this.
Ugh. Well, he still goes to her house.
Yeah, but we're on the 6th. We're on the 18th. So
okay, it's almost done then.
We should be coming up on when the last ones were.
I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure.
Gross.
He's gross.
Oh, God.
Gross.
Did they bang?
We already had this conversation.
He's asked if they banged multiple times.
He really wants to know about John's sex life.
So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role.
I mean, I don't disagree.
No, I
with
doubt
that.
it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose, lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
Ew. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's so cringy. Oh. Make my stomach hurt. Finish up, Bukaki, please. What are you doing? Stop taking breaks.
Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way, too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me...
Lacey, I think she just didn't want to be constantly arguing with him about how they're raising the kids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
she didn't know her role. Like, she didn't understand what her role was, and he confused her a lot when it came to what she was supposed to do. So
I don't think, I know for sure that they're in the spreadsheet, all of the text messages with her and John. I think I also did add it to the timeline, but if you go look at those, like, I could totally see a position where she's just trying to just like raise the kids, like do what she thinks is like the next best thing for them, or the right thing, or okay, or going to be helpful, or whatever. And after so many times of being like put in trouble for not doing it right, I could see someone being very frustrated. Even married people with their own kids, it can be hard.
Right. So yeah, I think that, you know, they go on vacation and he's out drinking with his friends and she's putting the kids to bed. But then it's like, okay, you can do all that and I trust you to take care of them. But then I won't trust you to make the decision if you can buy her Dunkin' Donuts before school or whatever.
Or buy expensive sweaters, or take her to get her nails done.
Yeah, you can't be just taking her to get her nails done. Oh, willy-nilly.
Yeah, so, like being given all the responsibility with no authority. Like, John was, so it's interesting. So when you take into account the whole comment about being a babysitter with benefits, like that, the whole thing would be very frustrating.
I see, but I don't even know if that was a babysitter with benefits. I don't even necessarily see it like that. I think he was confused on what was happening, like, and he was going back and forth on where everything was. And then I think that made her confused on everything and where everything was. Because he was mad about some things, not mad about others, needed her help here, didn't want her help there. I just think it was a shitty situation for both of them. I think he loved the kids. I think he loved his sister and wanted to make sure that the kids were okay, but he's raising two kids at that point, essentially two new to being teenager kids. And you don't know this yet, but you will soon, Sleuthie. I mean, the 11 to 13 it sucks. It's not the funnest age. So I just think there was a lot of stress.
Yeah. Like I said, the Dunkin' Donuts thing would annoy me too. Like, I'd be like, so I can't buy the older girl Dunkin' Donuts on the way to school, but your dad can buy the younger boy Dunkin' Donuts all the time, and that's okay. It's like, how do you understand? How do you figure out what's okay and what's not if he's not telling you, and you're going off of just what's happening? So if you're like, oh well, if John Sr. can take him for Dunkin' Donuts, then surely that would be fine for me to do. But then it's not.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said,
and I'm sure it was probably like okay sometimes and not okay other times. Like that seems like John to me. Like, sometimes you don't care, sometimes you do. So like, I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if I'm wrong. I don't know what the hell you're wanting from me. And she needed to understand, like, she needed to have more of an outline of what their actual relationship was.
Right.
And he just thought, I just don't want to fight. That's all I care about. I just don't want to fight. I just want you to do what I tell you to do. And I don't want to fight.
So I think this comment, when you think about like the not the text messages, the voicemail she left for him that night when she's like, I'm sleeping next to your daughter. You are fucking using me right now. Like I think this was like a more often than we thought, like an issue where she's stuck with the kids. He's doing whatever. And she's like, this is really your responsibility first. I'm willing to like help you with it, be a partner with it, but she should not have to take all of it because he's out doing whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you're a grown man. The New Year's thing, you were fucked up all day and then like still like your kids are getting put to bed by, I don't know. But I'm also a mother, so it's different. It's different for moms versus dads, and then also parents versus. See, I had a hard time because I never thought Kinsley was like not mine. If anything, I occasionally had to like remind myself that she's not. That she wasn't.
But that could be a problem too. So
Oh,
she's
for sure.
taking Kaylee out and doing all these things like, I'm going to spend time with her and we're going to be close. And because we have this family that we're going to be having together, it's a makeshift family that we have, and I'm going to do what I can. And then he's like, now you're spoiling her and you've got to stop that. And so now you're on the outside. So it's like, you take care of them, you do all these things, but everything else, you just need to do what I tell you to do.
Yeah.
But I mean, the reality is it's a crappy situation, but it's actually very common. It's just very common situation in all relationships. You got to figure out where you have to have that conversation with your significant other and say, okay, like, what are you expecting here? He didn't want to have the conversation. He just wanted to not fight.
Right.
And I think that she liked drinking. Let's be real. I think they both like to drink a lot. And that's just not going to go well.
How old was she? 42? Right?
Or
about to be 42? Him? At that time, she was like about to be 42. So the way I see it is,
realize she was that much older than him.
Yeah. So the way he was 46 when he died.
I thought he was 36.
No, he was 46.
He was 46? Oh.
So like, if you're 42, like she's 42, she has said she likes to go on vacations.
Oh,
she likes to go on vacation. She likes to drink. She likes to go, and she decided she didn't have any kids and didn't want any kids. She doesn't even really seem like she wanted to be married either. So like at that point, you've decided like, I'm not going to do these things. Like, I'm not going to be a parent because I prefer to do the other things. And that's perfectly fine. So to have made that decision and then find yourself at 42 and being thrown in where you are trying to guess what someone wants from you as a parent, which you are not. And it's someone who's also not a parent. This is going to sound terrible, but my ex-husband said the same thing. When his daughter was born, he wasn't there. He wasn't there when she was pregnant. He wasn't there when she was born because he didn't even know that, like, all the way up to like a month after she was born, he didn't even know that there was even a possibility that she was his. So it was after a bunch of other people, paternity tests came back as not the father's.
The other people.
She came to him. Yeah, that she came to him. Actually, she went into.
Oh, that's a crazy dynamic too.
She went into. Well, it was just one night. It was New Year's, and she was like a month old, and she went into my ex-mother-in-law's salon, and she was looking at the baby and was like, that baby looks just like he did when he was a baby. Oh. And she was like, yeah. And she was like, well, blah, blah, blah. And anyway, long story short, they ended up getting a paternity test and she was his. And so it was all very like sprung on him at the last minute. He was not a great person. He wasn't very healthy. So she basically took care of the baby, his mom. And he loves her, obviously, loves her now and loved her then and whatever. But like, he would even say there is a difference between that whole situation connection wise versus being around every day while I'm pregnant, being there when he's born, things like that. And so I think to a degree, like, we have to remember that John and Karen both weren't connected to the kids. Like, his sister died suddenly, like almost right after being diagnosed. Like, he was all of a sudden a dad.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's a dad with his brother-in-law. They were like sharing that responsibility, and then his brother-in-law went and goes and dies.
Yeah, people think that's like so mean to say that, or like horrible, and you don't want to suggest that you like love one kid more than the other. But for as connected as I was to my stepdaughter, or even now, and the fact that I can't hardly talk to her or look at her or talk about her because I love her, and I hate that I'm not the way that I was with her. I mean, I have more, I probably have the equal amount of photos, videos, all kinds of shit of her when she was a baby as I do my kid now. But it would be disingenuous of me to say that my connection with the two of them was exactly the same, because it's just not, you know?
I agree with that. I have 3 kids. They're definitely not that. My connection to my 3 children is not the same. They all have very different personalities. Some days I like one better than the others. I love them all, but sometimes I'm like, I don't even want to talk to you today with your little attitude.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's so for me personally, and then that's what they said. Like, the jury's going to use their own experience or whatever when they are deliberating with this. For me, these messages, like, I could see how someone else would dislike Karen for the way that she is about this, or that she didn't really like the kids or want anything to do with it. Like, I could see someone thinking all of that, but at the same time, I can absolutely understand where she's coming from, and it's not in a way where she was complaining about like the kids' existence as it was, you know what I mean? Or resentful that she has to help raise them, because I personally don't think that's what it is. I think a lot of it came from John not explaining what his expectations were.
Yep. There was not enough clear boundaries and guidelines and expectations. I agree with you 100%.
And persistent ones. Very like, this is, for instance, like for me, the rules that I have for my kid apply to everywhere. So they apply to my own house, and then I expect them to apply everywhere he goes. So like when he goes to my mom's house, I don't want him watching YouTube. He doesn't watch YouTube here. I don't want him watching it there. Same thing with my ex-mother-in-law. If he goes there, I don't want him watching YouTube there. But if we flip that into Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I'm here and I tell my boyfriend that he's not allowed to have any Dunkin' Donuts, but then I let him leave and get Dunkin' Donuts with other people. It's like, so you just don't want me to buy him Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yeah, just her, just you.
So I don't know. We're getting in the weeds a little bit. I just want everyone to know I understand if you think one way about these that is different than how I think, but I think like a different way. This Higgins is corny, and I think
he was easy.
Aaron
He was
stressed
easy
out.
Target to get some attention and feel like she was going to be okay if John really was cheating or didn't want to be with her anymore. Because at this point, she's questioning whether he actually wants to be with her.
Yeah, and well, I also think that like she also thought that in terms of like venting, that she could probably vent to him, because the risk would be less of him going and telling John that she was saying this stuff, because then he would basically be admitting to his friend John that he was talking to his girlfriend the way that he has been.
Right.
You know what
I mean? And
also
she does feel like they're they're both older, both technically single, not married. Yeah. And I don't mean single, like not in a relationship. I mean single, not married. They both don't have kids. I think that she had that like, okay, this is somebody who's going to kind of get me and where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think that she ever planned on doing the deed.
No.
She just wanted somebody to like her.
Yeah. And he did, like, a lot. And then I think that made her not really want to talk to him anymore.
And for any of you guys that are in chat listening, I'll just tell you right now, make sure that your woman always knows that you like her. Not just that you love her and you're with her. Make sure she knows that you like her.
I'm just
Because-
saying the whole, if I didn't like you or I wasn't attracted to you, I wouldn't be with you. That's like not a thing.
No, it's not. Make sure you tell him. Make sure you show him.
I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. You get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here.
Yeah, why can't you just have one?
Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha.
Because he's an alcoholic.
I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking
Offer to
Hennessy.
let you sleep in her bed. He's telling you there's another
Jeez,
bed.
I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least.
Ah, so see, they'll hope they hang on that. So just because Higgins says, wow, you get angry easy, which I didn't get anger at all. Because he's making her talk in circles.
No, she's annoyed. I think there's a difference.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up.
Again.
Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me?
On whether
I
I'm
assume
gonna
people have interest.
Well, and also that's not somebody who would die if, or want to kill him if he wanted to leave her.
He's just, what's your interest in me?
And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist?
So, talk out of school. I looked it up. Hold on. To reveal secret, sensitive, or private information, especially when doing so will cause problems for someone else. Phrase out of school generally has a specific meaning used in telling someone something you are not supposed to be talking about. So.
Just now, stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I?
How are we not at a new day? Is this all the same fucking day or did I miss a timestamp?
No, I think we're at the same day. I don't know.
The hell?
Miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing.
Oh my God.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter.
Oh, it sounded like
a realist.
He was like,
so you reached out to me?
That was actually funny. Like as he's reading it, like he's telling like, oh, that was actually kind of funny. You know, that was kind of funny.
Ballsy move. Now what? The things that worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, he-self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No, it at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room.
I don't think so.
No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton.
Oh?
What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me?
Am I still here?
You're here. I don't know what happened. It like froze.
Well, I hear you now, so.
Okay. Then we're back to
Sleep
normal.
count.
Boring the computer to death.
So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever.
Fuck, I thought it was done.
Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot. And since...
Hold on.
I don't know about you guys, but she said hold on, so I like froze in my spot. Like, okay, what's happening? What are we doing? And then I just realized like that whole time I hadn't moved my hands like at all. I was frozen physically, in physical form. Yeah, I think these are more than last trial too. Well, see, I didn't remember the line where she said that John asked her if they were hooking up. But there's things I just don't remember. I didn't remember that one. I was like, is that new? Melissa's a friend of theirs they go out and drink with. She has nothing to do with this day, so her name isn't very popular. I remember the part where it says, I know where the cameras are. I just didn't remember the part where she tells Higgins that John asked if we were hooking up or whatever that line was. I don't remember that line, but I remember the part where he was like, you laid one on me. And she's like, well, I know where the cameras are. I remember that in the previous testimony, but I don't remember that one line. Just it just triggered me thinking like I don't remember that, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't said. I just don't remember it. Yeah, these are all from Higgins. I don't know if they're from. Were they from Direct? They might have been on Direct. It might have been on Direct. I mean, I'm sure it was brought up on Cross too, but it might have been brought up. Yeah, it would be on Higgins Direct, I guess. Correct. Is Sleuthie looking to see? All these texts are making me miss Hyde. Well, I just want you guys to if you guys didn't watch trial number 1, just think of Higgins sitting there having to read all of his own text and what a fucking douche canoe he was, and going, ha ha, like, what do you want from me? What do you see in me? What do you like about me? I'll pull up my notes from last one too, just to see if I happen to write anything down. I just, like I said, I don't think I even wrote down line for line what the texts were anyway. I just wish you had a date for the last 50 texts. It's probably still right around the same day. I mean, they stopped talking days before the 28th. So let me go back to find Higgins. Here he is. Yeah, I just have text with Karen about being hot, feeling is mutual. Karen directed him out a specific way when he was leaving. Karen kissed him. The text messages with Karen from the 12th to the 29th, they were flirting. I have that in quotes. He is trying to suss out why she is texting, feeling like they are the same. She has a big house she's going to sell. Karen says things are complicated, lots of flirting and questions, asking Karen to come by his place. She came by and had a drink, uncomfortable and weird vibe, no more kissing or anything intimate. And then he texts her at the waterfall and gets no response. So that's what I have for the beginning. And then let me see on Cross. I think I said earlier that he went to her house. I guess she goes to his apartment. I just remember there's one more major interaction between them that is weird and is the end of anything, where Karen's like, yeah, no, I do not want to talk to this fucking guy. There's texts that are exchanged referring to ghosting on 2021-22 is what I have. So date-wise, they're talking about the ghosting. I have that written as the 20th, 21st, 22nd. He didn't discuss the text with anyone else. He was kind of embarrassed because it didn't put him in a good light. He said that a lot of the texts were out of left field, so it was hard to believe. That's the only notes I put down. So I wrote down no specifics. Putting a detective who could not get a clue to save his life. is not a bad strategy. And the one Higgins sends to John, you coming here. So they haven't talked about any of Higgins' text messages with John yet. So I don't know if they're going to get to those next, and we're just going through everything with Karen first. In the first trial, we went through the ones with John. So yeah, I don't have specifics of what these texts said in order to go back and tell you. I did consider that Higgins' vehicle hit John after John fell drunk on ground, but no one checked others' cars that I know of. That is one of my main theories, is that Higgins hit John with the plow. The plow on the front of the makeshift plow on the front of it. It's not a makeshift, but the added plow to the front of the Jeep. So I'm big on the Higgins thing. It explains why he leaves. It explains that he needs to go figure out the car situation at the police station, even though he's drunk, because he's got to take care of the car. I wish somebody would do something with John's injuries and that plow and see if it's possible or not, because I have a feeling that Higgins was messing around with his plowing around, doing whatever, which is why some people see his Jeep out front and some people don't. And there's no Jeep when Ryan Nagel shows up, because he's out like plowing around the street. He's going, maybe goes around the block or goes down the street and then comes back up. And then Karen leaves and John's still outside. And he sees that Higgins is coming, coming back. So he's like, I'm going to stand here and wait for him. But Higgins is fucking wasted, and he has the plow up because he's, has the plow up like just high enough, not super high. But then you have the ARCA guys who will say he wasn't hit by a car. So that's just the thought. It's the thought that's in my head. Like it makes more sense to me than the whole. I don't know. I just don't see them like getting him into the basement and beating the shit out of him in the basement. And I don't know. But who knows? I have no fucking idea. And I don't know if there is a picture of Brian Higgins' actual Jeep. Interesting that Garino did not say when they got the warrant for her phone, only that he got it the 29th and held it until warrant or legal process done. They don't access Karen's phone until it's closer to the end of 2022, and I'm going to tell you the wrong month. It's like August, November. It's whenever the text message goes from Proctor to the group chat where he says, I'm going through his retarded client's phone now, because they didn't have her passcode.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
It was August. Okay. You're good. I was just chatting.
All right.
Were you looking for the text messages?
Me?
Yeah. No?
No, the builder stopped here because totally forgot that I meant to tell you this morning, but you were half asleep still. And I don't know what I was doing that I totally forgot. But I was literally going to tell you that at 1:30, the builders were going to come by because they're having to dig something up or whatever it is they're doing. They're doing new drains or something. I totally forgot till I just saw him in my yard, and it freaked me the fuck out. So that's why I got off really quick, because I ran out and was like, what are you doing?
Oh, I thought you were going to see, because I don't know, at that moment in time, the chat was discussing that we don't remember some of these texts from the first trial. And I said, it could just be my memory, or I don't remember this. I didn't say non-combat. I don't remember all that. And I don't remember the text where she says that John asked her if they were hooking up.
I do remember that, but I don't think I remember the non-combat thing. But
see, that's weird, because I remember him saying she planted one on me, and she said, well, I know where the cameras are. But I don't remember her saying John keeps showing her the Ring camera over and over again.
Oh, I do.
They're hooking up. You see, you remember that. I just don't remember it.
Yes, I definitely do remember that, because that was kind of what she was saying, was basically like, he keeps showing me this over and over again. I have to keep hearing my voice because I thought at the time that we heard it, I was like, she tried to play it off like she wasn't really being serious about him actually showing her or whatever, but I wasn't really convinced that he hadn't seen them. And Higgins freaked out immediately.
Right. So, but you don't remember this non-combat stuff either? I don't remember that
This
either.
I don't remember. Yeah.
I mean, it could just be so irrelevant in my brain that I just didn't think about it because I just know the texts were stupid and awkward.
I did zone out some when he was reading them himself.
Right.
Because it was him and Lally, you know, so it was like really hard to keep it, you know.
Stay focused.
Yeah, it was really hard. So, all right. Yeah, I don't remember this one in particular. Huh.
Told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words.
Keep going, Bukkake. What are you doing?
I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire?
Oh,
to start,
my God.
I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? You see, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record.
For the actual record.
For the record.
2 records, really.
No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids.
I'll just deal with John.
I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second.
Fucking alcoholics.
Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot.
Ew.
And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3 round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4 round trips. Bite me. Jeez, that's fresh.
God, he's so annoying. This is why he's single.
So
with
you
no
only
kids.
say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then.
Oh my God, that was all the 18th.
Wednesday, January 19th.
I told you it was.
Like, that doesn't even make any sense. They had like 50 different conversations. It's just bizarre. That was
because
a lot.
you're drunk.
That was a lot for one day.
10:08 a.m.
Oh my God. First thing in the morning,
Sup?
he's bothering me.
Sup?
Indiana girl, I want to
Tell me,
on
playa.
now.
Just working remotely. Sweet.
So annoying.
You tell me, playa.
Oh my
From
God.
Mansfield? Yep, you. I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink.
Of
Haha.
course you do it 10 o'clock
that
in the
bad?
morning.
Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of
Yes, I am.
lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this.
You're right.
None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend.
Oh
That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night.
Oh my God.
You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a
My only point.
difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever.
You know what's interesting is they must not have these extracted from Karen's phone, because these are not extractions. These were handed over by Higgins that he took screenshots of himself and gave to them.
Getting married.
Now.
The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's
Grayspace, I know that was the point of the FBI kiosk, but I have not seen any. They've never referenced the actual extractions. And Yuri himself said that he received these screenshots. So maybe the extractions went to somebody else, but this is all that they had here for her.
there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same. And you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there.
Oh my God.
Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper.
Jameson and Ginger.
Look, Lacey, I think I hate everyone in this case.
Where's that?
I've decided at
I'm
this
in
point.
West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line.
This is
I have a
the
pass to
dumbest
drive my
conversation.
Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent my, I used to rent with
getting
my
so into
friends on the
this.
beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the.
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
Oh my
I
God.
think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless.
Oh my
Haha, I
God.
figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up?
This right here.
You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no.
It really has.
Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge?
Oh my
I thought we already settled this. Haha.
Oh, this is so bad and gross.
Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either.
Place.
I don't either. Place so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so.
Oh my God.
Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here.
Oh my God.
Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive?
She was already home at 11?
Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m.
She goes over there,
Hi.
has a drink, and then
How
it's
was your
awkward,
day?
and then she leaves.
Good, yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Why didn't he text her back?
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we can keep going.
I'd like to see council just a second about scheduling, please. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used.
I only want him to say that it was fucking cringy and gross and made his stomach turn. That's all I want to hear.
Ought, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge...
Why would she try to get revenge if she was going to kill him? Like revenge just by cheating on him is very different than taking his life.
You don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone. You know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that means synced with what Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your
There's no
device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay, so as you sit here, my question is,
Well, I mean, he does know. They know it's not synced. They know that.
romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed.
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct? Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they went back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her, what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said,
Does it keep freezing or is that me?
Like your StreamYard looks like it has one bar, but then mine keeps playing.
That's weird. So should I leave? Or is it just the StreamYard itself?
No, the video was still playing for me. Could you hear it?
No, but the chat keeps saying it's freezing too.
I saw a spinny thing on your side, but not on the video. Like I saw it on StreamYard, just where the video should be on StreamYard.
That's fucking weird. Okay.
his words, from the jump, correct?
From the jump, yep.
How do you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning. Maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I don't know.
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he? In the text message, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
Yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Gotcha. Sustained. You to ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about it.
Duh.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, but reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I
enough.
was concentrating more on the reading, not of the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But
I agree
You did
with the statement.
note that he used that term in his text messages to her, right?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Not at
No,
all?
no.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something.
Hey, thanks for joining, Amy. What do we call them? The cult of criminality?
Yeah, I like it.
I like it.
Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, "Thought you were all set"?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking, ? No, period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is?
It's not that complicated. She goes move on.
And then the next text
He
immediately
fights
after.
everything.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 29th, January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th,
He didn't answer.
11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly
Yes.
looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, but just to answer the question that I've asked. Based on the text that are in front of you, Sergeant Buchanan, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, when
well?
Brian Higgins sends, well, Ms. Reed responds.
No.
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text.
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she?
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No worries.
Oh my God. I know the answer to this.
He knows the answer to nothing. He wants to stay on the stand forever, apparently.
You're only looking for one text. Seriously?
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and, and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
What?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even know what that means.
Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "you coming here," 3 question marks following.
What was the time?
12:20.
12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
So
Thank you.
basically, the Commonwealth is more willing to cooperate or confirm facts than he is, the witness.
Right.
He looks like a dumbass.
Thank you, Sergeant.
You can.
So
Oh,
you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text
12:20 is when John got a text from Higgins that says, "You coming here?" and 3 question marks.
message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th.
I think we all do.
Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
You just
So
said that.
the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on
Right.
January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
Okay.
Yes. There was a text message that she sent, I'm sorry, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks. Correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Might as well have him read.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.
I have to
on the
see
29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Oh, Jesus criminy. If you're not going to put these other fucking people on the stand, Brennan, then
Let
keep
them
your
say it
fucking
now.
mouth shut.
Yeah, exactly. But he's not
You
putting them on
can't
the
try to
stand 'cause
fucking hide everything from the jury.
he doesn't want any of this stuff in front of them. That's why he's not calling them. So he doesn't want it to come in through Yuri either. Damn, is this going to catch us up to real time?
Have we had lunch?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay. I was thinking that we hadn't got to lunch yet. I was like, oh, shit.
No, we just barely made it. Like,
Oh, after the text messages was lunch?
yes.
Oh, okay. See, I feel like Lolly didn't try to hide his theory and truth of whatever he thought happened. You know what I mean? I thought Lolly just put it all out there for the world to see. Boring as all fuck, but he did it.
Yeah.
This guy is fucking manipulating bullshit, trying to hide the evidence.
Sergeant
hide the
Buchanan,
witnesses.
did you become aware during the course of your
No one besides Jen McCabe that was inside 34 Fairview has gotten on the stand.
Well, he doesn't want any more people in there.
Right.
Because their stories don't match.
Right.
investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame. During the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received the text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no. At some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no.
No.
How?
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jeff.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, see?
You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors disregard that question.
Oh my God. What the fuck?
We don't want them to know that yet.
I don't know why he's acting like he doesn't know anything, though. Like, he does know all of this. This is not new information to him.
Call that was made.
Okay.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that you just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had
He's breathing heavy now.
came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
Higgins.
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that was
Higgins.
fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an
You didn't do
extraction
an independent
that
extraction.
you were handed.
You just said
on
you'd never even
device
read them from
by
Higgins,
someone.
so
Correct?
that's why we had to take the fucking long
No,
pause.
I said that we had all three devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If you-
John's and Karen's.
Correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Right?
Because he's a
I
cop.
trusted him, yes,
Because he's a cop.
because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Of course not.
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses
Oh my God.
and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message at 2:20 a.m. just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is John O'Keefe's body was found
It's
in
just
the
my
lawn
sleeves.
at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door.
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal report.
Hold on. Before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces.
Spoke to
Rude.
Before a lot of other things
Hold
happened,
on.
but initially,
I forget what the fuck he was saying.
Yeah, like it cuts off right in the middle of it.
it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize it's before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And it wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice laceration at his right eye?
Eyebrow?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration at his nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went
Like,
and visited
talk to
him
the fucking
and
doctor?
saw him in the hospital, whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
Or the nurse?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location. Zero. You consider that?
Or the cocktail glass, really.
At what point?
On January 29th, between say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight,
Sergeant, I'm
I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know. We don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented, and
But they didn't confirm the damage to the taillight. They'd only heard someone say that maybe the taillight was damaged. They hadn't physically gone to even see it yet.
Correct. And they already
We
were
developed-
already securing it to be towed to the Sally Port.
And told the police who was going to help them that it was involved in a homicide. So they already fully believed the story they were told by Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert. Even though they saw no damage to her car yet and hadn't towed it.
Right. So everything else is just to
developed
fit
the
that.
investigation.
And the evidence that
Whoa.
was presented at that time.
Did it skip?
No, it just got really big and weird.
Sergeant,
Looks
was
normal now.
A leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described to this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was.
And didn't find the 40
and
pieces.
No taillight material was found at all
Mm-hmm.
in the first searches.
Yep.
You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody
Mm-hmm.
and sitting at the Sally Port
Mm-hmm.
in Canton.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
Tell him.
When you talk to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I put you on?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion.
What did he say about a snowbank?
That Brian Higgins told him that was it Higgins that he said told him that they didn't see a body because of the snowbank?
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Did he say that to you?
Snowbank. That he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
He didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank. And that's not true.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He mentioned plowing the driveway,
Which was also
for
wet.
the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank.
To
Again,
hide
he
a whole
was
body?
referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Robin.
Yeah, he's
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn.
You could barely track a cat.
That's how you describe
Okay.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
There was no
There's no
snowbank.
fucking snowbank.
Literally, what he is saying makes absolutely no sense, and he's trying to act like it does.
attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank.
Yeah, and there was
Right,
no
off to that area. Right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
I had no
No.
reason to believe that. Yeah, of course.
The reason is that there wasn't any snow.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
You knew that.
Did you look at the entirety of the Waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the Waterfall video when you first obtained it?
Proctor.
Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
What did you guys do to this footage?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
Right there.
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is.
Oh, that was very, he's right here.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
He's right there.
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know as Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Sure.
There's Higgins, Albert. Oh, you can't see my weird. Higgins, Albert. There's where'd he go?
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Oh,
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
he's pointing right here.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 29 on the chyron on top, the 29.
Yes.
The grab
Can
ass.
you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly
Don't say grab ass.
squaring off
Oh.
in a stance.
Can we go ahead and move this forward, please?
I'm shocked he provided
They
that.
avoided that hardcore last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just playing grab ass. You know, just a
I'm
good
shocked
old
it said
game of
that.
grab ass. Yeah, Mama Bear, he did.
Can we pause it?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
So just for the record, 11:32 p.m. is when Higgins texts Karen, well, and they're all here. And now this is a little more than, so 15 minutes later is when this is occurring. No, Carla, because they just keep drinking.
Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen. I
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play.
We shouldn't be better at this than you, sir. That's her right there. And there's John. And there's Jen.
Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the Waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022,
Taking a
correct?
sippy sip.
What you just saw.
That footage is from the Waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the Waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
The band wasn't even in that video just now.
The bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35 1722. While you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 1635 to 1722 with the court's permission.
Okay.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Was literally pulling a cherry pie out of the oven, and I almost dropped it when he said he thought they were doing the Heimlich maneuver. Did you get reports anybody choked that evening?
Thank you. If we could take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again on this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1950.
Am I the only one frozen?
John
No,
O'Keefe,
that's
Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip.
that's stupid. It happened again where this is still running just fine, but then I get the circle on your thing.
Like my,
I don't know
was
how
my
else to
face
explain
a
it.
circle? Like where do you see a circle?
So do you see where the video is right now on StreamYard?
Yeah.
There only. Like you and me are still there, but there only. I'll see the circle, but my video will still play.
Weird. Okay.
Like in the other tab, it's still playing. Well, not now, but where do you see it spin? Same
I don't
spot?
see it spin at all.
Oh,
It just
you don't?
stops.
I do.
It just stops. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it spin on yours. Not yours, but I mean in StreamYard, not on the video, not on YouTube. I don't know why.
As yet.
I rewinded.
That you earlier described Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
And it's really strange because when I see it, you say something and I hear you right away, like it's
You can center
fine.
that just a little bit toward the right.
I don't know.
Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people
Chris
center
Albert.
screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't
or
want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Let's
to
play-
identify each individual. If
Let's
you
play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to
I was muted. Higgins, very clearly that's him. This is Chris Albert. What I don't understand is, how do you not know this? Unless like Michael Proctor viewed everything. Why can't I hear you? You are not muted, but I cannot hear you.
I wasn't talking.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Somebody said they thought it might be mine because it was happening.
Yeah.
Earlier. So
Sorry, I was I was texting my husband,
oh.
so I wasn't paying attention.
But like, how doesn't he know this? I mean, he must.
Oh, he knows. Oh, he
Okay.
absolutely knows. But he's going to use this whole cloudy bullshit because the one they used last year is all cleaned up.
Yeah, but like we saw last year, it was all cleaned up. We could see it. It was fine. So we know who these people are. So even if you can't see it very well, you should know who these people are.
If he's the one who went and got this, and then his subordinate Proctor is the one who quote unquote analyzed the video.
Right. And that's the thing.
I actually don't know if they played this particular part last year in trial. I think this came out later.
Yeah, I know they played the other one, but I don't think they
Yeah.
really focused on this.
Yeah.
So now we're bringing Chris Albert into it.
But I just don't know why. This is the whole problem with not putting Proctor on the stand.
Right.
The one that analyzed the video.
Why does it look like Chris has this big body and then like this skeleton arm?
He's probably just got on layers.
Looks like he's got a t-shirt on and big body.
He has a big body.
Skeleton.
Camera
arm.
adds 10 pounds, Sleuthie. Be nice.
Oh, but this
Chris
is raised up high. It should be taking some away.
Just
sorry,
all
let's
about
do
the
it from
angle.
your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
Brian Albert.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins?
Chris Albert.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm
Okay,
not
let's go ahead and
positive.
play it.
Oh, God.
Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture.
Go
We
back.
have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the
Oh,
court
can you?
permission.
Yes.
Well, how can you do that? That's also so blurry. How do you know where he is? But you can't see
I
these
know
other
Mr.
things?
O'Keefe in
Here.
that group of people.
I cannot make him out.
Now, didn't he just fucking say if he moves it over that he could tell you where he's at?
Legit. So they moved it over. Now he's like, I don't know if I can really
Yeah.
tell anything.
Exactly. He's right here, you dumb bastard.
Could you
Get him some
play
fucking
the
glass.
video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video. And let's play it from here.
Yeah, the band is gone, you douche. Higgins scratching his head like he's got lice. Oh, what's he doing? What's happening, Chris? He's clearly gesturing to John. Like, let's go.
And this is why you need Higgins on the stand, so he can tell you exactly what he's doing.
Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so
Understood.
I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not
John.
looking for the wrong person?
Sure,
Thank
sure.
you.
Pause it.
There's
You
John.
see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Can
Okay.
you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both television?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone.
How come we can't see him pointing? Or I can't anyway.
No, it's. I don't know if he. I don't know if he is. Maybe he's just actually pointing. Maybe he's physically pointing instead of using like a pointer like he did last
Oh.
time.
Well, so for you guys, this is John right here.
Own gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And
on the
this
other TV?
right
Okay.
there.
Oh, I see it a
He's
little. Very
appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And then please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
Mm-hmm. What'd Jen just say to him? What's Jen saying to him? Uh-huh.
Pause it.
He's
Do
looking
you see
right
where
at
Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay,
Chris.
go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's
Play it.
still engaged in conversation.
Pause it.
Not
And what
Chris.
about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay.
Is he going to say he was looking at Chris the whole time?
And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. Take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, this has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay, go ahead and play. Pause.
Clear as
Did you
day.
see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that.
I mean,
one more
that
time.
was clear as all get out. Clearer than ever before to me. You know what's weird? See that? Okay. Is that not weird? Did you not see, like,
It's like completely clear.
no snow? And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden it's snowing?
Well, I think it might be because of the way that they have the exhibits. Because remember the clip before this, there's no snow.
I know, but I'm saying you could see her backing out and then and there's no snow and then there is snow.
Right. I'm just thinking because the exhibits like exhibit 12 and then they have A, B, C, D, E, F, like all the videos that they showed him to go through, like back to back from the Ring camera. But I think that, or from this camera. So I'm wondering if like, as they start to play it, if it's time stamped and there's like a blend, like a blur from one clip to the next.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Grace, but they should not be clipped together. They're all different exhibits.
Right. Well, they don't have it like that though, because they played all of them: 12A, 12B, 12C.
Okay, but then what would that be? Her backing out without it snowing with his car.
Go back a little bit.
Let's try that one more time.
I mean, there's no snow. His car is there with snow on it. She starts backing out. All of a sudden, there's snow. No snow. No snow at
the
all.
weird lighting, and then
No
there's now
snow.
it's just gonna
Now
start.
there's-
Yeah,
What is that?
I don't know. It's just a weird glitch, maybe.
By the way, I could see this tire move better than I ever was able to before. I don't know why, because it didn't look as clear, but like it was grainy on my end, but I could still see it move more than before. She's not zooming in. What is she doing? Yeah. I mean,
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
don't look.
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Yeah.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I mean, like, to be
The
clear,
price thing didn't speak to you on this.
like,
The evidence isn't speaking clearly enough.
like on some real shit, I don't know if that damaged her taillight, but if you're going to deny seeing that, I mean, I think that's a little bit absurd at this point.
Right.
Just because it bumped it doesn't necessarily mean it broke her taillight. So why are you so? It would be weird to be hesitant to confirm that that's what you see. You know what I mean? I guess.
Like
Richard,
you
it just seems
obviously see
weird.
it.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously saw it. Indiana girl.
Poor Indiana girl.
Correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question. So my question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is
There's
movement.
movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided.
Yeah,
correct?
let's fucking complicate that answer. It's
At a
fucking yes.
slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV
I lab around.
collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
This is why he has no teeth,
It
guys.
appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog
Are you aware?
on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Hey, why though?
Because the state doesn't want to talk about Chloe. We don't want the jury to know about Chloe. Ducking felonies. I knew what you were talking about though, but I didn't respond to you because I knew you were behind.
They no longer.
Oh shit. We don't have the bingo card up. I'm sorry, you guys.
Damn it.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
You lose, Hank.
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Perfect.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they
Yeah,
didn't
we
give it
know
up for
because
adoption?
you're like a
I'm sorry.
sociopath and you can't love anything. So
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
what if they killed it?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay,
What if they killed it?
so it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay.
Oh my
You can
God.
get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog. Yes.
Okay.
Painful.
At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When,
There's DIY.
Oh, you
And there's
bastard.
doing it
So
yourself.
I gotta ask,
Oh,
what do you guys think the jury thinks of all of this? Do they care? Are they paying attention? Do they just hate this fucking guy? Do they think that Jackson's beating a dead horse? What are they thinking? I know we're all kind of biased over here, so it kind of sucks, but I'm just like, I just keep trying to picture what the jury thinks. First time ever hearing all of this stuff. They're only getting it from this one guy who's a douche nozzle.
I think they're paying attention, especially when you talk about them getting rid of a dog. You know that this is the house that he died in front of. Twitter commentary says they are paying a lot of attention, taking a lot of notes, and we're nodding at the tire video. Yeah. See, that was what I mean. Like, it looked worse for them to try to deny because it was plain as day. Like, you're better off just saying, yeah, but it didn't look like it was doing enough to damage anything. You know what I mean? But don't deny that you saw it happening.
Yeah, Jess is gone. She left at lunch, and so now Sue is the only one left that's commenting on the jury.
Sue's aren't the best, but
well, I don't know. I like Sue because at least Sue was like totally forthcoming about what her very far removed relationship with Berkowitz was. She was like, for full disclosure, my daughter, like some years ago, went to elementary school, and his wife was her first grade teacher. So,
yeah, but when she says things like the jury reacted,
I know,
well, okay,
I know.
Reacted how? Sue?
Yeah, reacted. They all went, or they started crying, or they lifted their head up. Yeah, I agree.
There's a bajillion things that could have been, and so telling me that they reacted or they made a face doesn't really tell me what happened.
Right, Jess's is better, and she's named them all.
Yeah.
So you can go back and like find out what has been doing stuff each day because they all have their nicknames.
All right, look at him. He looks like he's really thinking hard. He didn't expect to be here this long.
He's fucking tired. He's like, I don't have a suit for tomorrow, so like
I have to finish today. I wore my only 2 suits.
This is all I got. Blue and black.
What is this?
What did you learn that? We got rid of Chloe.
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe. Yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
Pause it real quick. Duncan Felony says, I didn't watch the first trial, nor do I like Karen. The exchange gave me reasonable doubt. The guy thought he was talking shit, and he could have a carpe diem. That's interesting. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was fucking muted, but I was saying I don't disagree.
Welcome to my fucking life, Sleuthie. Living on mute.
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to
when you guys
the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog. And
let me guess, in 2025,
investigating that animal.
Okay.
Stop it.
What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
You did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
What?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from...
No. You do not get a 7-year-old dog that's been hearing its name for 7 years and name it something else.
What?
No, you do not do that.
I'm not buying this fucking dog. This is a different dog.
100%. Everybody knows that. You do not get a dog that's known its name its entire life and name it something else. fuck is Cora?
Okay, I need somebody to break down for me how he identified it was the same dog. He said it was from the paperwork is from the vet that now owns Chloe, and before the Chloe went to the Alberts. Does
So
that
I'm
make
gonna guess it's a breeder. I'm gonna guess it's a breeder, and they're trying to say that the dog went back to the breeder.
and they is that I'm so confused by that statement. I'm gonna have to go listen to it again because that that should not have been that confusing. He got the vet records from the vet that he says now owns Chloe.
I'm gonna go back for you.
Okay.
You own
Okay.
of
Name that had been veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name. Where these veterinary?
Wait, let me go back more.
it,
Okay.
veterinary records. It
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name. Where these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay.
Okay.
So
the
other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dogs.
So the vet is the breeder. The vet took care of the dog and had the original records of the dog.
Right.
They gave the dog to the Alberts. The Alberts gave the dog back. And so it's still a vet who now owns the dog. And that's the only thing that makes sense.
I'm sorry, that's bullshit. A breeder, a vet, and/or breeder is going to know that you do not get a dog that is 7 years old that's been Chloe for 7 years and start calling it Cora.
Right.
Period. It's not like she got adopted by some kids or something, and the kids wanted to name her whatever they wanted to name her. She was an old dog and had a name. A breeder's not going to take her back and call her something else.
Chloe now identifies as a poodle named Cora. Oh, this is dumb. No, I think the vet got the prior vet records from the Canton vet and has them in their records. Huh.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
That doesn't make sense. I'm not buying it. I want to see it. I want to see the dog physically with my eyes inside the courtroom.
Yeah, Chloe is Cora now, correct, and is owned by a vet that has the vet records.
Yeah, no.
Chloe is now a poodle.
I should have knew this dumbass was the one to go out there to try to say that this was Chloe. You think he didn't know that was Chris Albert, and he couldn't point out Brian Albert or even John O'Keefe in that video, and I'm supposed to believe he found Chloe?
Yep. I want a DNA test. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Chloe isn't even German anymore.
Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
Nobody does that.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
Wait,
what?
No, they did not.
What?
A separate person.
They got it from somebody else?
Okay. So now the dog has been rehomed twice. Okay.
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
Who?
That's her last name, yes.
Oh.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
So we're just running on trust me, bro. This is Chloe.
That's now Cora. You know the account on Twitter that's named after Chloe?
There's a
Do
bunch.
they have to change it to like Cora, now formerly known as
No,
Chloe?
dude. No, Cora is an entirely separate dog. This is not the same dog. I'm sorry. It's not.
Cora the vet dog? Okay. Chloe needs a vlog. I agree.
You did write a report about
Last
the
name Riley.
newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner.
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Put in there the name of the new owner or where the dog actually is.
Why?
This is fucking weird. I don't think they're saying the dog went back to the owner. I think they confirmed based on the fact that the current owner had been given Chloe's vet records through a grapevine or whatever. That's possible. I can see that, gray space.
They're saying that apparently Brian and Nicole gave Chloe to this person whose last name is Riley.
Correct.
And then that Riley person gave the dog they say is Chloe to
a vet.
A vet.
Right. And I'm actually going to disagree with agreeing with you now, Gray Space, because now that I go back and think about it, he doesn't say that. He says that they have the vet records from the vet that now owns Chloe.
Yes.
And they have vet records from before Chloe was with the Alberts.
Yes.
He never says they actually have the vet records from when Chloe was with the Alberts. So I'm actually going to go back and disagree with you, even though I just agreed with you. No, there's a reason that this vet has Chloe's vet records supposedly from before she was given to the Alberts, and then also now. That's funky. And then who the hell is this whatever Riley person?
Like, it almost sounds like this vet person like suddenly called them one day out of the blue and was like, hey, I think I have your Chloe, who I got from this person named Riley. And they said that they got it from the Alberts, but like this is so fucked up and bizarre. I don't understand. And why would he not want to put the current owner's name down anywhere so the defense can't follow up
or
with
the
that?
Location?
What?
Or her location.
Yeah. Is it so the defense can't follow up with these people?
Right. And he's talking really slow too. So this is also an interesting testimony.
Yeah.
Labyrinth. I'm so confused. Mistrial.
Do you have this pulled up on yours? Do you want to get into it now? Because I have to leave at 4, so we'll switch and then we can switch back again.
Okay, give me a minute. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, he is being very careful. Okay, sir, are you done? What are we doing?
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, what's the timestamp you're at?
Oh, wait.
You can't be very far back.
I don't know, 10. Go to just 9.5.
All right, let me see.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at those 4 documents.
Have we done 4 documents?
Yeah, he reviews them, and then that's where we were at.
Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
That's for crying out loud. Right, DB? Like, we know he's dead. We know she's dead. I mean, let's just be like, she was 7 years old 3 years ago. She's 10 years old now.
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
Oh,
Wait.
it doesn't say Cora. How did he know that it was Cora?
Right.
Oh, that would mean Buchanan was shitting himself, because that means they know.
They're like, wait a minute. How do they know that the fucking dog's name is Cora? No wonder
Yeah.
he was talking all slow.
Yeah.
This is all really sus. I don't know if the jury understands why this is sus, but why are you looking so hard at this?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
Why?
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
When did he go?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Yeah, German Shepherds are, 10 is about the max.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
400 days.
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500
Holy
days
shit.
from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
Wow.
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxon, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Hi, Lowlight.
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation, you learned that Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxon had a perspective They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically? Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thanks.
Is it bukkake?
If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place. And we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky Dantono and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach John?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky Dantono was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
Oh my gosh.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, not no excuses, I'm not throwing barbs, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky Dantono. You see the highlighted portion?
I see.
Ricky Dantono actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach with them?
Yes, can I see that, please?
This is just irritating. It's his report.
When you interview.
Jury is coming in Monday at 10 a.m. for a full day. Was there a question on whether we were having a full day Monday?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky Dantono, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told you, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you.
He's not happy with himself right now.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You're like, I fucking wrote that report.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from?
Sure.
They just left the sidebar. Are they done for the day? Are they done for the day? Oh, shit. Well, look at that. We're like going to be done when they're done? Yeah, he broke that. Never write anything down. He's like, God damn it, why did I fucking write this report? Son of a bitch. Does that mean that Bukaki has to come back on Monday still? Because we still have the rest of cross. We have redirect, recross.
More important for me to jurors, especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for management purposes. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week. We'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know.
At least Yuri has the chance to go get a new suit over the weekend.
Monday at 10. So I think we need that.
Goodbye.
Super interesting. Well, I feel like like, what am I supposed to do with myself now? I'm not supposed to be done with this yet. Like, Sleuthie's not even back from the bus stop. We need to take a poll on whether everybody liked starting it earlier or and ending earlier, or if you like it the other way. Well, I guess it's not going to really matter Monday because we're not coming in until later anyway.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I should be here. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on
Thank you,
Monday.
Ron.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Let me go to Twitter real quick. See what Sue had to say. Trying to get to where Sleuthie kind of left off. I remember that. The jokes yesterday about the English, not my first language. Mentions documentation on evidence bag. Jackson puts the photo on the screen. He doesn't recognize Proctor's handwriting. I think we read these earlier. A few jurors have a look on their face as Jackson leads Bukaki into a corner that they see what Jackson is doing. Okay, I don't know what that's in regards to, so good job. These jurors are still more stoic than the last trial. Many jurors are taking notes. I mean, yeah, this is Jackson's asking about the arrival of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Jurors are paying attention. Jackson and Buchanan discuss Higgins' text messages and how he got them. One juror has a surprised look on her face. Bukaki doesn't want to label the nature of the text. Several jurors look at each other and smile or laugh slightly. As Jackson asks if he remembers text about a kiss that was exchanged. One juror, who I think has been struggling with allergies, has left the jury box and is in the courtroom office during the sidebar. The juror has returned to the jury box. Sidebar continues. Judge gives the jurors 30-minute break. The text messages. Judge, you're not going to ask him to read the whole document. Blah, blah, blah. 3 jurors laughed. The jurors have regained their composure as the sidebar continues. The document with the text messages looks to be about a half an inch. Okay, I think that's where you left off. Court officers are still running a tight ship in regard to the courtroom protocol. The jurors have a little wiggle room. Giggles are back a bit. These jurors are closest to the witness stand. Bukaki is tapping his fingers on the witness stand and he smiles in their direction, composure regained as we continue to wait. Okay. She addresses the jurors, trying to be expeditious. She gives them blah, blah, blah. Many jurors are taking notes during the instructions. Bukaki will read them to show they were part of the investigation. I will focus on the jurors' reactions. Hold on one second, you guys. Okay. The jurors are riveted during these text message readings. The judge laughingly says no, and the courtroom erupts in laughter. The expressive juror who seemed moved by John's clothing is making a pained face when the Higgins texts about his father's death and cancer are read. The expressive juror reacts to the insulting text about a third party. Expressive juror's eyes are wide at the "you're hot." The jury is much younger than the last trials. The younger jurors are having reactions to this portion of the text. Oh, God, they're probably so embarrassed for Higgins. The jurors are not taking notes. The youngest male juror, who fidgets a lot, is staring at the screen with his mouth open. He is also now taking notes. Several jurors wrote in their notebook, and the text alleging John hooked up on vacation was read. I can't emphasize enough how much the youngest male juror is paying attention to this and writing notes. He was almost engaged during the digital expert's testimony. I don't know what that means, but several jurors are leaning forward with their chin on hand and elbow on knees. One juror has a sympathetic look on her face as the text about John and the kids are read. Jurors react to the hooking up cameras text. And see, this is what Sleuthie gets irritated with, is jurors react. What the fuck is the reaction? Do they smile? Do they cry? Do they pout? Do they laugh? Do they chuckle? Do they look at each other? A couple of female jurors laugh a little. Hey, why is she throwing my name in here? Back up, Sue. A couple of jurors laugh a little T, the next about sleeping together being archaic. I want to note that Buchanan is doing a good job reading these texts and even adds appropriate inflection. He's not supposed to do that. He's not supposed to add any inflection. Buchanan has stopped a couple of times to drink water. Jackson interrupts. He's been reading over an hour. Shocked looked on the jurors' faces at the last text where John died. We break for lunch. We're back. He testified that he thinks Karen Reed was seeking revenge by hooking up with Higgins to get back at John from Aruba. Blah, blah, blah. I want more jury stuff. Higgins calls her hot, witty. We don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Okay. Did she respond to the sent at the Waterfall? Buchanan says they were in the same room. Jurors are paying close attention and taking notes. That's just the same thing. We already know that. Jurors have some yawns and low energy as the sidebar continues. Jackson asks if Buchanan knew about the calls. Come on. Almost all the jurors are taking notes at that time. The young male juror who has been very interested today in taking a lot of notes looked to his juror neighbor, the most consistent note taker, and copied from her with her permission. He's like, shit, I missed that. What did they say? Almost all the jurors, Jackson is making a passionate argument in the sidebar. Almost all the jurors' eyes are on Jackson. One juror has her mouth open. Several are leaning forward. They're at a sidebar. I don't know. Is it happening while they're at the sidebar? As Buchanan says, he doesn't have the memory of Higgins, saying he didn't see O'Keefe's body because there was a snowbank. A juror smiled as Attorney Little hands Jackson a document. Like, the jury's like, okay, she's got you right here. The jurors have already heard from the Commonwealth meteorologist, who told them how little snow had fallen at this point, enough to track a cat. I said the same thing, Sue. One juror is flipping through their earlier notes. Remember, they leave their notebooks here at all times. Jackson shows the waterfall. One male juror is smiling slightly while watching Higgins and Albert roughhousing. Jurors are paying close attention. There's the ring camera about the car. All the jurors lean forward. Several jurors nod their heads and write. One juror laughs when Buchanan says there appears there could be movement. Like, he understands. I missed one? I don't know where it's at then, because I don't, am I just going right over it? All right, we're going to keep going. Jackson plays the ring camera, Meadows driveway. The video, the defense says, shows Karen hitting John's car. All the jurors lean forward. Several jurors nod their heads and right. One juror laughs when Buchanan says it appears to be movement. Attorney Little has a document ready. Buchanan says, logically speaking, they came into contact. Many jurors are vigorously writing. Are you going to be reporting observation? No, this is the response. So that looks like it's the end of her stuff. That's all I see on here. I don't know what I missed. I read above it and below it. It's got to be right here, though. Oh, hey, there's marijuana. A reminder that there are other cases, and I still haven't gotten used to the smell of marijuana on folks' clothes that lingers in the hallway. That's lovely. Jackson is using Buchanan to confirm the timeline of the night of the interaction of one-to-one Higgins and O'Keefe. Jackson now asks about later call between Higgins and Albert. Brennan objects. There's a sidebar. I don't know how much it matters, but she doesn't do the greatest job, but it is what it is. Several furrowed brows on jurors as they watch Albert and Higgins square off. I don't see that one. Is it there's a reply? She may have all these replies under here. This is why I don't like Twitter. This is why Sleuthie needs to do this shit. This is her home base. Oh, here it is, right here. Several furrowed brows on jurors as they watch Albert and Higgins square off, then roughhousing. One juror is smiling slightly while watching Higgins and Albert roughhousing. Jurors are paying close attention. Okay. No, it's fine. I'm done. I quit. I'm over it. Are you back yet? Do you want to pop back on, or I'm going to wrap it up? So did we figure out, do you guys, well, Monday, like I said, Monday, I guess, doesn't matter because Monday starting, they're starting an hour later. So Sleuthie started today at 7, and I'm going to start at like 8:15, 8:20 on Monday anyway. So 8:30-ish. Hey, Broken Baker. So I'll probably just wrap it up then. I think we're good. So we'll start my normal time of the 8:15, 8:30 Monday, because that should keep us on the right track. And then Tuesday, we'll have to decide if we want Sleuthie to do the 7 o'clock again like we did today, or which one. And Sleuthie, Broken Baker sent you a DM. So in case you, oh yeah, there you are. I will check. Okay. Maybe she'll elaborate when she goes on Canton Confidential. Maybe. All right, you guys. I'm going to try to do a live maybe tomorrow on Idaho. So just keep your eyes open if you do follow the Idaho 4 case. Micronauts posted a new Waterfall hour about an hour ago. Or Waterfall video about an hour ago. I'll have to watch that. So I'm going to try to do Idaho 4 live tomorrow after watching Dateline tonight, and just going over some of the new stuff that's kind of happened with what comes out on Dateline and the interviews and so on and so forth. So I will keep you guys posted on that, and then see if Sleuthie's busy or not busy. I'm hoping tomorrow, because Sunday is Mother's Day. Not that I have any great big plans, but I don't know if everybody else does. So I'm going to try to be cognizant of that. Other than that, you guys go enjoy your weekend. I hope I'll see you guys this weekend. If not, we'll see you back here Monday morning. And as always, I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and yet you still choose to spend your time here with me and Sleuthie. And I appreciate you, and she appreciates you. And if I don't see you guys before Mother's Day, happy Mother's Day to all of you moms out there. And make sure that you hug and kiss your mom if she's still around, because not everybody has their moms. And in the words of Sleuthie Goosie, love you, bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.